Wait. Yeah, yeah, yeah. How are things looking? No smoke, Tibbs, no smoke. Nature has not destroyed the facility yet. Looks like it should be in the clear. Looks like we should be in the clear, he said. But yeah, I felt like another stream today. If I'm not going to get some goals done, I might as well at least get some streams in. we're gonna try to build a big thing in Palworld. We're gonna take the last thing that we tried and dial it up further. Stared at by a cat. Speaking of kitties. Never played Palworld, huh? Well, you're gonna get to see some of the later stuff. For the most part, if you got into things like Ark, that's what Palworld is. I mean, for the most part, Palworld is Ark. We have Sky up in the cat tree. We have Mason and Sammy on the bed. Sherbet has just passed into food area. Ember is on my shoulder, and Molly is down in one of her little do not lay on the wires, or do not lay on the chair wheels beds. But yeah. I'm still glacially working on the program necessary to get the 2.0 model up and running. It's not really necessary, but I want it to work that way. And so we're holding out for best result, you know? We'll get there. We'll get there. The mental resists. But in the meantime, yes, I'm writing some software that will interact with the stream and model. Well, some software that will interact with VTube Studio, the stream and such, you know. I gotta keep the at least the spirit of motivation going. Same way, eventually I've got to get back to that game that we're writing, but we'll get there. We'll get there. In the interim. Palworld. We're pretty late stage, as might be apparent by the powered armor. So this was our first base. We have developed it greatly. You know, started out as a wood fortress, then a stone fortress, and then it became this. And I've been working on different things, which resulted in this. And now I want to one-up this structure and eventually create a giant composite structure. Game jams can be good things. It's largely, you know, finding something that you're actually going to get a result out of, like that you think you can actually complete. Because you need to be careful not to set yourself up for a failure. Because even though that is part of the process, like try and fail is part of the actual dev process, there is a mental cost to any failure. Anytime you do something that you wanted to succeed and failed to do so, you run the risk of that little snag getting in your mind, that little tick burrowing in, that it was your fault. And some of these things, you might be getting into one that is outside of your range. I'm not saying in your case, I'm, speaking in generalities here. But all that said, something like a game jam is a forcing function. It is, you have a deadline, you have a goal, you have a thing to make, which lets you kind of home in on what you want to do. Okay. So we did this kind of ziggurat here as a farming base, and it do what it's supposed to do. We have our central tower. We get all the farming stuff. I initially made a mistake and did not get essentially the relaxation areas that the pals need, these little spas. If you don't do that, they start to wear themselves down really hard. Streaming is juggling mindsets pretty frequently, It can. Oh. One of my doctors is hoping that I will be able to be off of things like inhalers after a little longer, hoping that with the hope that the use of it over the period that it has been used will mitigate the issue. But moments like that make me worried about that as an idea. Okay. So we are setting up out here. You can't build on the water by default. That's pretty late game to unlock that. Not like end game, more into the mid game territory. So this is a super end game zone that I can't get into yet. That is like the end game zone. So I have set up a platform to start building in the same fashion that I set up the one for that base over there. This is very pretty. I hope the barrier never comes down. But our goal is to, at some point in this, have like an overlook way up in the air so you can just stare out at that. It's very pretty. So our goal is to take this, build it up, and then steadily shift it over to the high-tech stuff. Part of the mission is to essentially have additional bases set up so that the circles just about touch. You can't overlap them fully, I believe. But since the server doesn't have off-base structure decay, I can still connect them. So we will have a series of joined, essentially, towers and sub-towers to build up here. It is going to be a whole thing. We're going to start with the core one, the place where I do all of the production. That is the base that we were in moments ago. We get that one replaced, and then we fan out to some of the resource generation ones. We're going to leave the farming one to last because I built that one most recently. So we will see from there. I haven't decided where I want the stairway yet. It can't be on this side. And I don't know that I want the mirrored zigzags. I could have a spiral like on this side. And just eat up one side. And I'm tempted to do that. But that means that this entryway here has a visual obstruction. Now this viewpoint would be... this side of it would be like entryway. So it's the interior. I was looking at game jams on itch.io and saw jams from the 1st of August starting in 4 days. You were not ready to realize that the month of July was over, huh? Time passes. Time passes. And the more time has passed for you, the faster it seems to pass. What we could do is have almost like... Yeah, I think we can do like mirrored zigzags. But we've got to do it correctly. I think starting here. So if I do something like... We could do this way. Or... Nope, not like that. The center has to stay open. I think I like this idea here. Alternately, we put it over here. I don't want them to come close to the center. The center needs to be as open as possible in these. So maybe this? There is no cost to break something that you build ever, which is great. So you would enter here. We would have kind of the landing. Effectively, like monochrome stuff. Now, can you use like tints and shades, or are we talking like you can only use red and blue, or one, like 2 hex codes as far as colors are concerned? If I pull it one closer, we could almost have... Oh, wow. Yeah. That is effectively monochrome, where you have what amounts to dead space and active space. That is a limitation. So we could do that. We could also, if something auto breaks because a foundation is cut from it, then stuff will fall on the ground. But if you break it directly, you don't lose anything. If I do it... this way, could have a landing there, and then it could hook here, like that. You'd have something like this. And we just repeat this pattern up and have dual spirals. Okay. Okay, I think I can run with this. It does create this big open space here, but that is okay, I think. We have reasonable connecting pillars so that it still looks good. We have enough space for big dudes. So in that scenario, Tibbs, you have the benefit of less complicated art assets, but in exchange for not feeling the need to make really like, you know, high res images or something like that. Don't worry about it, Tibbs. I talk about I do programming on the stream. I have done programming on the stream before, and game dev on the stream before, so it's perfectly okay. I kind of wish we were touching a base, though. Okay, we're gonna change that. You're trading complex for a requirement of, let's call it shape language. Shape and color language. So whereas you could get away with like details and little things to give visual interest, you now need to convey all of that detail with 2 colors and however many pixels you're using. So even more so than very low res, you know, when you're dealing with things like 8x8 and 16x16, you have pixels have to do a lot of lifting in order to look right, to say this is an apple, this is a, you know, this is a dog, and the 2 colors further restricts that, because now you don't have in-between markers to create further animation, to create a distinction, like this is a harder outline so you can see a subshape inside of it. So now you're choosing either art assets that are hyper simplistic. There was a platforming game where the player character was like a rectangle. And various shapes were used, but they were all simple polygons. And you can accomplish a lot with that, but it means that the ability to convey information about what you're looking at is increasingly complex, you know? There's artistic nuance. Yeah, not to say that as a result of that, it is harder by any stretch, but it's that the math is different, let's call it. Oh, okay, no, this is going to be 3x3. Right? No. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. Math still works. It still maths. Not really how I made it, though. Well, there you go. Okay, that's not really what I was looking at. We could make it longer. and do the 2x2. Okay. This'll do. This'll do. Meets up in the middle like that, and then we'll go higher. Trade-offs and choices in all things in development, you know? The support pattern is very different with these octagons I'm using for these large bases. The center ones are very important. I like to use a sort of a thematic core to the structures. We do nano conduits up from a central reservoir to mirror our kind of background imagery. Okay. So I don't want to... kind of want to restrict the edges immediately. Don't know that I have access to another spare base yet. Like, I could free up another one, but... that does potentially put a time limit on our operation here, because we would lose access to a particular subset of materials. I don't think I need them just now, though. We'll see. Because I'm thinking there will be a base forward here, and then a base left and right. Probably forward would... I think left would be like mining, and right would be wood generation in some very large miscellaneous facilities that I could put in there. Because wood generation is straightforward. There's not a lot to generate. Whereas, so that can have a lot of room dedicated to whatevers. Food and stone are different. Stone is going to require Not so much a huge amount of space, really. Yeah, I think we can work with this, though. Okay. So, do I want to have a more dramatic entrance? We could do similar to last time at the front. Let's have... can do this both to have the core support closer to the front. And we can use these angular patterns again here, because I think that'll look good from the front, especially when we have these smoother edges at this point. Yeah. We're going to leave these mostly as is. I don't want to overcomplicate this part because it's going to be the join point. So we are going to paint. We are going to use a marker here. The marker here. Let's do a quick head count. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This one could be torn down. They have made a huge amount of changes to Palworld since its early access release. So even the folks that were playing early access right up to the launch, it is different. Oh, it very much is Medieval Wilderness. Like I said, I'm late game here. Loading. Like, this is the basic starting point. Wilderness, rune societies, but you can see indications of the technology around the world. We follow the normal survival craft rules of you arrive with nothing but like a rucksack kind of stuff. And it seems like they have some sort of embedded computer or something. So you get the indication you're shipwrecked in some way. And you build up through just, I'm gathering wood to making simple tools, up through the tech tiers. So, again, you start out like, hey, I'm going to use stone and wood to make things, up until about this level where it's like, oh, let's start using metal and leather and, processed materials. And let's scroll on down where I am visibly at, which is around this territory where we're talking like powered armor, advanced furnaces, laser weaponry. And then we get eventually into essentially ancient science fiction, the precursor civilization kind of stuff. Yeah, I think the first base that's going to go after I get the frame here is going to be the wood generation base. Not because I'm going to need more wood necessarily. I can leave the wood generation base active enough to give me everything that I could possibly need. But because it's the most simplistic, there's not a lot to that base. Okay. Oh, I can have 7. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we do have 7. This one can be sacrificed once we get rolling. Okay, so we have our pathway up. This is our kind of indefinite spiral into the top here. Again, eventually we want to get to the point where there is sort of a lookout. I'm thinking of a extended platform, kind of, in the movie rendition of Minas Tirith, how there is almost like a giant balcony that extends from the upper castle over the lower fortifications. Something along those lines. So at the pinnacle of the spiral stair, we arc up further over the main structure and to the limits of it. So we're probably going to pull inward from this side. Or at least we're definitely going to... Yeah. Since this is the rising portion, this side doesn't pull inward as much. Yes. So we come over to this part. And we would do something like... Again, we're using wood for expediency here. The construction system is really good. Stupid bird. Wood is not the best stuff to use to get an idea of this, since we don't have full uniform coloration like we would for, say, like stone. So let's do that. Bird 2 chonk. The construction system in the game is lovely. It's very easy to use. But to your prior point, don't worry about chatter of the nature that you were that we had been doing there. It's still effectively channel topical, so. Put another way is if it becomes a problem, I'll just stop you. Clear communication is important. What are the rules? What are the expectations? Okay, yeah, I like that approach. This part gives us a nice little look to it. Again, we can pull in this part a little bit further as we go. Do. Do. One thing I've liked recently is finding a lot of videos of people using more varied instruments in making music that is commonly considered, modern music. So, like, a string quartet doing almost like metal, So I think, like, limiting yourself to guitar is it's a choice. It's a weird choice that is frequently made, is that that you have to use just this subset of instruments. And I think we could pull in one further up here. We pull in one further, then we're on the stairwell, though. May still be okay. Is it would abut here, then? Have... but it needn't. It needn't. We just have that part pull in. If we limit it and say there has to be one space around here. Okay, we can still work with that. Be a bit fiddly. Sky, what's the matter? You quit that. Come here. Come here. Come here, you. And we got a rare visitor in the across the keyboard view. Not unheard of, but you know, he's not frequently out in the open like this when he's not on the bed. You can also turn on the in-game sound a little bit. You are being needy, sir. Yes, you are. Yeah. We are in that kind of declare a rule, declare an intent stage with the construction. No, it shall be like this. This will be true. And then we try to execute on that. So if we do this as well. This part pulls in. Okay, I think that's as far out as we want to commit to on the edges here for now. So, and like so. And one of these. So again, this portion, this region right here is the join. So we'll need to figure out exactly how we want to do that. That and that. that one. That one, that one. That one. That one, and that one, and that one. That one. This is an extra large variant of this bird. Let me show you what's causing the problem of navigating. So when I land, the bird exists almost a full, like, it's on the ground right now. Its position in the world is on that platform. So if I raise up a little bit and I go here, I slip under. My POV slips under because I'm not actually above it yet, despite the fact that the bird looks like it is. Kind of like this to stay angled out a little bit, but we can give it some visual flair as we go up. And we shall be going up, because a core part of the look of this is mapping out when we're high enough up to see what we want to see. There are pals that don't cleanly fit in a two tile tall setup, but a majority of them will fit under one tile. So overall, we good. I wonder if I set up something like this. All right, we're going to have to run our interior support markers up. That's probably why. I do like pillars all along the outer edge, especially if we do get to the point today. You'll be able to see it of the kind of tech building set, the polymer based construction. that in place, and part of our problem is going to be these. These don't necessarily make structural sense. Because we're bracing them on top of a platform themselves unsupported. Oh, we're going rule of cool here. Okay. Brace, 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 brace. How to do? I want it to extend out and over here. So what if... Sometimes you can get away with kind of build it and then break it kind of stuff. Oh. So that one doesn't fit that way. You would have to do something like that. This is not out of the question. The real question is how to connect it up here. That side, it's going to be different. There we go. Herb. Not gonna lie, kind of jank from the side. But that doesn't mean we just have to do it on the corner. Oop. Beam. if that. Roll this inward here. Then we have an outward. And then we want to pull back in like that. I think we can do better. Okay, let's attach there. Like, this doesn't feel shaped correctly. Like, if I pull in here, it doesn't feel like it's the right size. And to some extent, it's because it's not. That's why. Not even to some extent, because it is shaped wrong. We join those. The slope out. Then we would just be straight up and down there. But quite right. There.
Yeah.
There we go. For here, it meets up on that end. Okay. What we're looking to do is break up the front from being just a flat block. Hey there, Key. So we made a great big base last time. Oh. Womp womp. You were looking at a cat. We're making another great big base. Top tier gaming. Top tier gaming. I'd be going up at least one more floor. How you doing today, Key? Oh. Got sick, huh? Got sick and recovered in time to age. Over and block down. So let's see. You go out. You go out. That. And better, Sky. Why you chirping? There is food in the dishes. And they have the kind of dishes that make it so that they don't, you know, fail to see that there is food there or acknowledge that there is food there. That and hey, bonus pizza. Bonus pizza is always good. Do. All right, so from here on, we're just going to raise one of them up. Not because that's how it's going to be. Though I might make it how it's going to be. So they come up like this. I could then tighten the spiral further. So we arrive up here. And we could shift into a 3 spiral. But I don't want to mess with the columns too much. I mean, ideally, I don't want to mess with the columns at all. At some point, I want to go arcing up further. Okay, for now, we are just going to use 1 spiral to map out the height that we want to hit. Way around to make it easy to get the pillars in. There. Come here. Ow. Ah. Ow, my bones. Ow. Ow, very round. Ow. That's lingering. The bones, they hurt. Yeah. I feel like we need to contract the spiral. It's a particular Rubicon to cross to reach the point where a birthday becomes kind of a, oh man, as opposed to a hooray party. Okay, base floor, second floor, third floor. Fourth floor, I think, is all we're going to need for stuff, and that's being generous. First floor, second floor, third floor, and here's our fourth floor. Right? So here we are on 4th. Yeah, okay. The design has changed. How long until I inevitably plummet off of this? Have to do one of those controlled hang glider falls. Okay, as far as things that do stuff, this is the top floor. So now we want a narrower spiral. And I think what we could do is we go up like that. So that's... So we can go outside of the pillars and still have support. So let's mark those. That pillar, that pillar. This is a pillar and that's a pillar. Which is self-evident because they're pillars. Okay, so we come up here. Go up one. Okay, can't do that. So again, we need to fit it entirely in. We will have plenty of space to do it, but the start is going to be part of the issue, and we don't want to get to here, so... So we arrive here, we have this. So we could do that to there. To there. To there. That to here. Okay, I think we got it. As far as the pillars go, a little bit janky, but... because we're on the outside of the pillar here. But that is correctable by just running an extra pillar up on these markers here. Like, I can add more so that there's still symmetry on this side. So that then it runs up the spiral. We'll see if I want to add them to the other sides in this same layout. But since this is the tower side, I feel like there's a strong reasoning for there to be extra support structure here. Okay, that runs up the center. Yeah, as long as it's running up the center, I think we're good. To get this right. So this part is the central portion of the pillar, right there. We add them here as well. Here. We're getting... I think we need to. Yeah, we'll just stick with that. Now there will be a bit of a change in the layout once we're high enough, because this tower isn't necessarily going to go all the way up. Like this part isn't. There's a point at which we are high up enough that we can look straight on at that, and I think... Let's... Okay, 4th floor. We're going to use this one as a marker. Two, 1. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so that's far enough out, actually. Which means instead of the spiral, we could start moving forward. So from center, we could do something like that. Oh, having the big tower and then a forward platform, I think, is better. Yeah, we'll stick with that. So we run up here. And we need to be able to extend forward a little bit more. It's letting me build really far out. Okay, we'll have to work on the appearance of that, because it won't be right. It won't look right if we don't get this proper, you know? Trick here. Like that, and like that. Sure exactly how I want this portion to blend, but I do want it to pull back around, but exactly how, I haven't decided yet. I think, actually, we do it that way. Whoops. That. And then that. Okay. We're keeping some visual interest on the front, and at this point we can pull in further to that tower. Because we're going to be running pretty much straight up at this point. Ooh, we can make it look better too. By doing, instead of this, we do that. So again, pals aren't going up this. Well, they can. But it is not an intended, like, pal traffic area. Hey there, Dawnseeker. Welcome, welcome. We are working on an extravagant and unnecessary structure. What is the goal I have set for myself today is to build this monstrosity. How is it going to look in the end fully? I don't know. We are building with vibes. We've come up with some pretty good stuff as a result of this method, so I'm not displeased. See if we have to change this layout a little bit, but again, for now, this is gonna work. Definitely going to be a bit odd on this part. Okay. We'll put the finishing touches on that in a moment. Not 100% on it, you know? So I was saying, I'm going for a bit of a Minas Tirith kind of thing. I'm using stone on the outside because it's got a strong, like, single visual look. I am likely to use the tech materials on this, ultimately. We shall see. Placing these can be kind of a hassle. Yeah. On this server, that is disabled. So we're not dealing with having to worry about that much. Now, I'm still currently staying within the constraints of the base circle. But we will be making use of not having to soon enough. Because the plan with this is once I have the core built, I'm going to build extra wings off to the side to replace some of my resource gathering bases. Until eventually what we're going to have is we're going to have the core here. We're going to have resource bases left, right, and front. Okay. Okay, so then we can use this here and that one there. There. That's not right. No, it is. It is. Right? Yeah. Seriously doubting myself. Yeah, okay. Okay, we're good. We're good. It's not properly symmetrical. I will lose my mind. Ever see the anime Soul Eater? There's a character, Kid Death, that is fixated on everything having to be symmetrical, perfectly symmetrical. Don't give me that long time ago stuff. I feel old enough every day. Okay, it needs that in order to connect properly. How do we want to do? I've built Terraria worlds where every satellite base, every mine, everything had the same kind of grid pattern to it. In order to facilitate that kind of scenario. All right, how are we going to deal with this? Now, we could remove the... Yeah, okay. Decomplicate, decomplicate. We do that instead. And put the hook here. That. So we extend it outward here. Flat wall. Should let us do this. Of course it won't. Oh, because that's a flat wall. Further complication. I saw advertisements for that Arknight thing. Okay, how do we do that? Can we? See, we want to have a slope up here. Okay, can we do it, though? I think that'll muck up the steps. Kind of. But definitely there. Oh, here we go. Here we go. That, and then... this and this. I've poked around with neverness to everness. I like the setting. It pains me that it's gotcha. I would love it to death if it weren't gotcha. So we're going to have to figure out how to converge this whole thing into a single roof. I may have a final story above this as just sort of like a garden. But we'll see. I mean, it's the healthiest way to play those kind of games. It's just... it's that feeling of endorsing the model, you know? And these ends will pull in faster. Since we're not going to have a connection towards the back of it, we can actually build that part out. So we want these collapsing in immediately. Let's start using stone. Stone is not our end product, but it is easier for me to see how it closer to how it's going to look once we get the other structures in. In the same way, I'm leaving the wood pillars in wherever I remember to. Because the pillars in the set that I like the most so far, the tech set, have a very distinct appearance, and you want to see where they stick out. That's correct, Dawnseeker. Free-to-play and gacha feed off of both whales, but also gambling addiction. They are very, very tethered to, what is it called? Pavlovian response. Their core difficulty is finding enough whales to go around. Because you either have to get them to migrate from somewhere else, or you need to get them to be willing to shell out on multiple games at once. Effectively, they're not an infinite resource, you know? It is the same problem that MMOs face. You know, people don't necessarily want to subscribe to everything. Let alone can they afford it. So you have to kind of assume that every subscription to one has to come from somewhere else. Now, they could have... the person could be, like, on a hiatus from one of them. But that is a person that you still have to attract to yours. With a lot of gachas, it ends up being setting and characters that you can get. I do appreciate that a lot of them putting out gachas right now are increasingly stepping up the game as far as quality of overall thing. Like what is available. Part of what I like about Neverness is that it is effectively urban fantasy GTA. I love the idea of the setting, and part of that comparison is all of the side activities and whatnot you can do. Like, those are cool. The threat with any of these, and you can see it even in that one, is that their monetization strategy is aggressive. Like, they are trying to set their hooks hard. Constant pop-ups, constant widgets, all these things trying to get your attention and telling you, hey, look, the store thing. You should look at the store thing. Here's some free doodads. Here's your free hit for the week. And with a lot of folks, they can deal with that. That is a resistance that they have. But just like with casinos and the like, they're built to bleed. Yep. It is the way that they go about doing that and the psychological stuff that they're deploying that is the questionable element in a lot of these. Gacha games are built pretty much entirely on the industry term dark patterns. Subtle ways to psychologically manipulate. Hey, Schmuggums. Good to see you again. How you been? I wouldn't necessarily say winning, but we're having a good time making things. We are thus far accomplishing the goal of the stream. Building a big thing. Yep, Dawnseeker, and I can tell you with pretty much absolute certainty that very quickly, with the player base in a lot of these games, they know exactly what kind of player you are from the get-go. And if they don't already have that data based on, buying it from people, they will find out almost immediately based on your play patterns. And while the systems are still going to poke you to see if they can hook you, there are plenty of them out there that will do side things. They will do extra little jabs at people that they think they can get. Like, those are the people that'll get a, hey, you haven't played in a while, come on back, with greater frequency than other people. Does not mean the play style is irredeemable. That the marketing is irredeemable. Wrong with the pylons around this side. That's there. Ah, that's right. There we go. 1, 2. There we go. Yes. Now, the join of these parts is going to be part of the fiddly bit there. Again, the transition space here. Let's get these internals up. Well, hello, spectating specter. one of those try to say this fast kind of handles there. From the perspective of an individual consumer, that is correct. You are playing a game. From the perspective of the business, it's different, though. Anybody playing for free is an active drain, and they need to figure out how to convert that. All right, I feel like I'm 2, 1, 2. 2 and 2. Yep. The aforementioned people that are susceptible to, again, addictive behavior. I think. It keeps the game alive, and also people that are playing for free or playing at all, you can also view it as advertising. You know, every streamer, even if they're not sponsored, that has a stream where they're like, I'm going to try to pull for my favorite character, that feeds the beast. Uh-oh. We have a, Yeah, there we go. Let's check in with the kitties while I figure out what happened. Do. Yep, and they're gonna have metrics galore to determine. They're gonna have metrics galore to determine that it's a good idea to continue with the current game. Given the numbers that they've got, given the player base that they've got. Let's see here. Let's check in. Sherbet is still across from the keyboard. Little cream and white there, all curled up. On the bed, we have Sammy on the pillow and Mason on the blanket. Ember is over on the shelf. Sky has hopped up on the table. Molly is still conked out in her little cat bed. Reconnect, maybe? All right. Okay, let's see. Did we lose much? Doesn't look like it. Out to here. Make sure we can see everything that we want. This core pillars 1 and 2 and 1 and 2. 2 and 2. 2. Yes. 2. 2. Okay. So we have that part of the platform out. I mean, frankly, if a gacha game just made it so you could straight up buy as well as grind for, then I wouldn't care as much. It is the pull mechanic that is the one that tends to be the thing that they maximize toxicity, and that extends to other games. Pretty much anywhere there is a pay money to open to play the roulette, it's gambling. And while not fundamentally evil or anything, it should be treated as such. Like, let's not pretend it is a... What did Valve call it? A chance-based gameplay mechanic? Or that they're the same as random drops? It's the same thing? Big ol' nope. Big ol' nope. Building out to that side, but we're leaving it open just yet. I'm going to keep saying that. So again, this whole segment here is the join to the adjacent facility. So I can't build out or assume too much about how that structure will be. Crazy old DLC. Okay. 4th floor. This is our final, there might be pals up here, and I think we can say that there need not be as much facility here, so we can have a big open area up on the 3rd floor, like this, and just close this off earlier with the assumption that this portion will not get any bigger. Let's see, this is... have... We need to encompass this part entirely. No, we don't need to go that far. We could say have something like this. And being able to see the tricks and traps of gambling and similar mechanisms, and being able to resist them despite even with that, even if you see the knowledge of it, is what they're working against, is what they are targeting against. If you can do that sort of thing, you're not their target. And things like gambling and the alcohol industries and similar bank on the social stigma that they can leverage against folks that can't, for whatever reason. They lack self-control, so, it was their own fault. Again, dark patterns. This. Over and here. Here. Then okay. There is going to be so much replacement work on this once I get to the point where I want to look at other materials, but that is a bridge we'll cross when we reach it. There, and that goes here, here. It gives us a further point to work with. And here. I mean, ultimately, with a lot of these games, it very much comes down to the enjoy within your means, you know? Much like subscribing and donating to the channel, seamless plug. You can afford to, and you want to, then go for it. But if it's impractical for you, or you don't want to, then don't. You should not feel obligated to give money to something when it is outside of your means. Food first, personal life first. I mean, I guess at least they're paying lip service to it. I have to imagine a bunch of these companies are sweating in their boots as far as the ongoing rumblings of reform on essentially child exposed gambling. Yeah. Oh, thanks for the donation, Smuggums. Thank you. Instructions unclear. Here's 250. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. All right. We're getting there. We are getting there. Commented on it before, and you see it a lot in like the art space commissions. That is patronage. That is entirely what that is. I would like you to make a thing for me. Yes, I will take these monies in exchange to make this thing for you. Wait a minute. In the case of streaming, it is the same fashion. It is, I am offering to entertain you for a period of time, doing a thing and talking to you. Would you like that? Yes. Can you afford to pay me for that? Yes. Great. We're all on the same page now. Kind of blows my mind when I see people in the essentially in the VTuber space, and they don't get the idea of commissions. How do we want to do this? We need to close this off cleanly. Second floor. Third floor still has lots of space for stuff. Fourth floor has limited space on the exterior for stuff. Okay, I think I have an idea how to close this. Yeah. This should be canon in D. I really like this song. There. We do another slope up. Kind of a cathedral thing going here, almost. Can I do this better? Yes, but really got to stick the landing on that corner there. That part. I did that over here. Slightly different. We want triangle here. Can we fit this here? Not quite. I think I'll take it, though. Thomas Bergerson, formerly the other half of Two Steps from Hell. Not familiar. Rings no bells. Oh, okay. Triangle. Got good titles, at least. I think there are a lot of them that are like that, where it is the, you know, the sound of the song more than the title. And 1, 2. Right. Okay. Oop. No, something seems wrong. Oh, that's right. The interior of the tower has a different layout as far as its markers there. All right. We'll keep these here just for knowing where some of the spots are. Do, do, do. We will raise the other ones up as well. They don't all have to be mournful, but I do like a good mournful bit of string. It's not apparent from the chat, we are playing on Okami Sky's kind of collaboration server / community server. I come out and help them when needed, but she wants to avoid tech spoilers, and I don't want to have to constantly go over and, you know, swap my outfits unless I have to. Oh, missed one. Yep. There we go. Then that. And this. Okay. This is going to be fiddly to get done. Pursue camera. And sadly, you cannot build from the back of a PAL. We go. Thomas Bergeron actually flunked music school because he was unconventional. Always the rule breakers that push music forward. Yep. I mean, formal music schooling would definitely be one of those places that, there would, depending on the era and what, there would be a lot of expectations that some folks might not want to fit. Like, there's a real difference between classically trained and skilled. One does not assume or preclude the other, you know? And this one gets a slope. Then these. Oh, this is going to be a pain to change over to a different material. But, you know, we'll get there. And these here. And we are going to extend, like we're going to arc down a little bit as well. I am increasingly liking this though. If we extend out from, say, at the very least, I would like there. Could do that. I think that's too much, though. I think we'll go just from here. Do a little bit of trickery on the inside to be able to do this. There and there. Oh, yeah. I like that. I do. Screenshot. Put our little cap on it. Yeah. All right. Now we begin some of the pain of remaking some of this. Close in on what it's going to look like in the end. Would it really have hurt me to do it this way to begin with? No, but it means messing with fewer materials during the what if stage. Do. Whoop. Yep. Do. The glass will not have those dark segments are less visible once the glass is colored. Okay. So now we need then you and you and you and you and you. Paint. Like, you can still see them, but especially once we have more coverage on some of these, they become less apparent. Didn't mean to get all of them. Let's at least get the opposite corner properly. Our conduits mapped out here. Nice, nice. I mean, also, not even just as a critic, but as a general consumer of media, it's important to value experimentation, trying new things. There was a supply drop remarkably nearby. In the middle of like no man's Welcome back, Key. How was the pizza? Or was that previously? Were you mentioning prior pizza or present pizza? Looking good. Paint, color, 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 color. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oops. Need to make a couple of decisions about the structure here. Oop. And I hit the wrong button, but happily PAL ability prevented wastefulness. Oh, come on now. Ah. particular portions of structures cannot overlap with each other at the time that you put them down, or in particular orders, let's call it. Like, it can, but you have to do this first, kind of thing. Before we go... Whoop. You know, this one, then that one, then this one, then that one. Now that I've done it, now that I've set this up that way, I kind of want it to be a hard material again. We'll replace that once we decide which material. But that saves us some pain. As we want to do that. Just that one a little bit. For the time being. Oh,
Anabic.
One moment here.
I think so.
Do. There is a glitch in Palworld where if proximity voice is active, you can get circumstances where everybody can hear it. I will. Switch to the kitty cats. Do. Decent. Ember is messing around in the play area. Let's see. Sky, Mason, and Sammy on the bed. Sherbet across from the keyboard. Ember was in the play area. You can just see her tail on the right. Molly has turned to watch her. of them all, Ember is the most enthusiastic user of the play area. Ow, ow, ow. I need to get around and move around, get up and move around a little bit. Ow. And boop. Here. There. Yeah, I like it better solid for this. It's meant to be looked at from above. And this one, that one, and that one, and that one. Again, we'll be using different materials for the rest of it as well. That also exposed the missing paint there. Excellent. Excellent. We're almost ready to make the base functional. Just open the top up entirely here. Because that will also allow me... Nah, I'll figure out another place to put power generation. One thing I like to do, there's this type of light here, the large mounted lamp, is easy to like scooch up next to these pillars and make it match the colors. And at night, it does a really good job of spreading that light around. Looks neat. It's going to take so much polymer. But I think it will ultimately look very cool. These exterior pillars fully extended. Interesting to see how I've got to lay them out. The tech pillars have a facing to them. And I want to make sure that I get that facing right once they're in, so that at least the goal is that from the front everything has the proper facing, but it'll be a case by case really. Because we want to maximize the blue lines that you can see on the tech pillars, because they look cool, and that's very important. the whole purpose of this operation. Okay. So pal beds will be in this region, probably towards this side. Could do the same over here. Constrict it, but do I want to? I think we'll leave this as is. What we can do is work around that a little bit by just doing that. It'll be fine. No structure decay on this server, so. Just leave them in for now. Okay. Having this go out isn't really on theme. Also think... Yeah. If it's not apparent, color scheme matching the model. Also some lore alignment and whatnot, you know. All that fun stuff. I think we could expand upon this still. What if... No. Okay. Some thoughts still. That. That, and... Not sure. And what do we do about those pillars? Oh. Okay, no, we can still make this work. We just have to kind of navigate around the pillars. Account for the pillars, let's call it. Okay, and then put this here, 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 and here. Okay, and then when these pillars are in, they'll still work. Excellent. Just put these back in. Two forward. So get the goal. This one's central one. Okay. Which will make you... Yeah. That's the center. And then... 2 and that. What do you think so far, folks? Coming together from your point of view? Okay. That one and that one. And that one and that one. Should get my sequencing better on breaking them. Some of them I could just straight up start with replacing them. Expedite this a little bit, you know? I keep wanting to scroll down, very much trying to do ancient stuff when I don't even have the materials for it. Not going to help. For those that arrived later, we're making a base in Palbase. Base in Palworld. At least for me, it's kind of Palbase. Kind of building on everything we've learned of it up until this point. On how to make things look cool. At least from my perspective. Okay, those could have been replaced. Bit of a time and motion thing as far as how a lot of this is going. It's like we can definitely do it, but can I do it a little faster? What am I doing? Push the right buttons. Okay. Load to the center, channels go up. Reservoirs here. It's very pretty. Okay, we need to figure out where we want to put the pals next. And I think we'll start over here. It's not ideal, but I need to get... Actually, don't. Okay, we're going to go back over to the to our main base in order to start the process of getting as much polymer together as we can. Because there will be a period when this base is no longer active. Okay, good. We've got our overabundance of berries. I am going to make more of Dupin, so much more of Dupin. He is the cutest thing ever. There are a lot of cute pals, and I know there are some that I haven't encountered yet, but Dupin especially, with his animations and the little noises he makes, is especially good. All right, we got a lot that we can make. Let's get them rolling on as much of that as reasonable. Get a second run here. You have decent handicraft. Pretty good handicraft. Haven't seen you move around. I just got that one last night from an egg, I think. Oh, you don't have silly animations. He's not as funny when he is doing that kind of crafting. The eating animation on Dupin. Boop, 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 boop. And now the thrilling crafting sequence. This is actually a good opportunity for me to take a quick break. I got to get up, move around, refresh the drink, all of that good stuff. I will be right back, though. It's a good opportunity for those that haven't yet to remember to like, follow, subscribe, all that good interaction stuff. It does help the channel. I will be right back, though. And we're back. Topped up their food dish. And Amber has joined me on my shoulder, so I need to devote some attention to that, otherwise she'll be a nuisance. All this polymer stacked up. Because with the polymer, we can make the tech flooring and walls and such. And I would like to get that as converted over as possible before I start trying to move infrastructure over there. Because that sort of starts snowballing fast, the needs of accomplishing that. But overall, we're kind of ahead of the game. We're kind of on target. We got to build our thing. Yeah, right, him. Yeah. That. I'm gonna have to trim one of your claws, and you're gonna hate that. Ember has developed a single sickle that she is constantly sinking into my shoulder and the fabric and down into skin sometimes. Which you kind of get used to that with cats, as long as it's not a deep one. But it's much more that it hooks, and she has trouble like pulling her claw loose on first try. And you don't want a cat to panic when it's got a claw stuck, both for its own safety and the safety of all of the, you know, squishy bits that might be anywhere near said claw. First I encountered that is one of the first two cats I ever had. Bob, the sibling of Tom that passed away couple of years ago at this point, but he showed up on some of the streams way back. But his brother was a real snuggly cat. Like, he'd get right up next to you and you know, put his face next to yours when he would. But when he would do the, you know, making biscuits thing, it wasn't focused how they normally have their feet right near each other. He would have almost like a 1 foot diameter circle that his paws would go in, just anywhere. And if he was right up next to you being all snuggly, then he might, like, you know, put his paws on your face. And once when he did that, a toe went up my nose, and then a train went by. And Bob was very easily startled by loud noises. So for a while I had a gash down my lip from my nose. Luckily, it wasn't enough that it needed like any sort of medical intervention, but it was still a welcome to living with cats scenario. Okay, we have lots and lots of polymer now. So we shall take the polymer and load it into the guild chest. So that we can begin the process. Lower back's been acting up a little bit. It's part of why I have to keep reminding myself, stop, get up, move around. sitting still for too long is pain. Yeah, we're leaving that part because it is uncertain its layout just yet. So everything is going to be built under the assumption that it essentially doesn't exist, that area. That looks so cool. They did a really good job with making the open world feel kind of visually rewarding to look through. Like, oh, that's why I can't. But why is that there anyway? We have some of the initial prototype parts lingering there. That's one thing a lot of devs need to take to heart, and I kind of mentioned this a little bit, but it's something that at least gotchas like your Genshin and its sibling games effectively. Well, it's DNA siblings. They do a good job of making a world that is interesting. It is a game. And that is something that plenty of them kind of lack that. Plenty of them are just spinning plates. Like, there's very little interaction. In an open world, has to be cool. It has to be fun to navigate. If it's not, what's the point? Yeah, see, these are directional. One direction has, one pair of facings has the beam and the other one has the triangles. So I always try to make it so that from a core facing of the building, you get the glow. Which does necessitate some, like, I declare it to be so choices as far as which ones will be which facing. That's okay, because it's mine and I can do that. See, like that right there, that's one of the things that makes this set fun, is that you can get those the corners to do that. This one's a harder decision. That one is effectively going to be a I choose to do it this way kind of thing. Again, you can do that with everything. It is a game that is almost in its entirety about building cool stuff. They are your decisions to make always. But a lot of my structures have rules. There are patterns to uphold. Hello, Evan. Welcome. Are working on Palworld right now. How are you doing today? Get the core ones in place. Help us make some decisions as we go. Here. 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 These go this way. So. And like so. Here, these are this way. It is a very casual stream, so feel free to talk, ask questions, whatever you like. Or if you just want to hang out and listen, that's fine too. It's meant to be entertaining, and to each their own. Actually, these pools that I've created here really help with knowing which part you're on as far as aligning these up. They essentially create a side to what is otherwise a angular circle. This is our core one. All of the exterior joints covered. That in place and that in place. It's back to the mainland. Oh, like so. Clear out all the pieces that I've been getting swapped. Further and further. There's another kind of survival craft base buildy one called Star Rupture. And one of the things I really like about it is that there is a universal grid. That is, the entire world is on a grid as far as building things. So the alignment of structures is never a worry. Now, for me, that's so that it, the OCD doesn't drive me up the wall. But it also makes structuring bases much more straightforward because you don't have to worry that you were off center a little bit and now critical platforms don't line up in a way that is functional. But for me, it's mostly everything has to be symmetrical and properly lined up, or I'm going to, melt down. Got this, we go back and we paint some of the stuff. I always paint the pillars black for this, so we have a mostly white paneling. We have the glass tubes that act as like a fluid conduit look. And then we have black accents with the bright blue, the kind of almost object source lit sort of coloring there. Oh, missed one. And once we've got the main base moved over, our next target is moving over the base where we generate lumber. But that's also where our expedition hub is, and that's the core purpose. Wood generation isn't a very kind of PAL-intensive thing, and I don't need a lot of it any longer. So it's going to become the place where I put things like the breeding farm and those that are like, you need it, but it needn't be here kind of thing. Do. I mention it a lot, but this song always reminds me of the Alice games, the Madness Within games. They use a lot of sad cello in that game. Hello, Pomegranate. I'm not familiar with the program My Happy Marriage. On the other statement, do you find it convenient or necessary to consume the sour gummies with chopsticks? I saw somebody made a video on the title. The title plug was not well thought out personally, but topically it was going over romance media, specifically manga, but it also touched on anime, and that was the prevalence of romance stories. And the different ways that they are targeted, you know? Okay, that's the dividing line there. These bases are so resource intensive, but they end up looking so good. Well, I mean, there you go. I mean, ultimately, because why not is a good reason. Also somewhat partial to the, well, I just started doing it and didn't stop. What the term for it is. What's symmetry on only one axis? We're getting a lot of server issues. I think I'm gonna get bopped again. Yup. Opportunity for cat check. Let's see. Head camera. Hiding that out. Sherbet's all belly down in the left there. He is. There. This guy is very floof. I mean, it's a trade-off I'll take ultimately, because normally for the past little bit I've been having like upload stability issues, and haven't been having that today, so I mean, small victory. Back to it we go. Might have to do a, I'm just going to build it this way as far as where the joins would be. Just get something in place. You've already used over 600 polymer. You know what? Let's get the walls first. Do. Oh yeah, that's right. We're reaching since the each of the floors kind of contracts, it is going to help with some of the resource consumption. Do. Whoop. Okay. I have essentially a giant greenhouse base, slash island resort slash obelisk, that uses a lot of polymer and similar look. So I'm pretty confident that we've got a winner here as far as how it's going to look in the end. It's just the journey to actually getting it done here. Hello, Sammy. You come to sit with me? You pull some layers of blanket over my shoulders so you don't slice me up too bad. Come on. Come on. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Sammy's not very old for a cat, but she definitely has old lady cat voice. There's a particular kind of meh that you can get out of old cats. Here. This goes here, here, and I'm going to change that before I forget it. Hey, that's that one. We got 300 left. Still good. What's that, huh? She currently has her forelegs braced on my left elbow, and her hind legs braced on my lap, essentially. Yes. She is demanding back scratches and the like, so I must periodically give up, limb autonomy in order to appease her. She's a sweetie, and she deserves it. Sammy is the tuxedo. She's been on camera a few times right now, but I don't know if you've gotten to see her. Arbitrary person I am speaking to. What you doing, ma'am? Hey, now we get the triangles. Now we drop off all this extra material that we're loaded down with. Now we get the triangles. What? I get a meow if I don't pay enough attention to her frequently enough. There and there. Hey. Hey, you stopped. Stopped. Don't know if we're going to be able to finish on during the stream. Not without having a let's wait on a pair of dummuds to emit a sufficient amount of oil. Being scolded. Ow. Sammy was originally very aloof. She was a arm's reach at best cat. She would accept petting, but it was very limited. She would be around. The introduction of Molly to the family, one that hasn't been on camera yet, Sammy became very clingy. I think some of it was needing reassurance because there was a new cat getting attention and she wanted to make sure she was getting her attention. But I have observed them very frequently, essentially finally watching one of the other cats and realizing I could do that. I could get back scratches whenever I want if I did that thing. Mason was adopted after Ember. And one of the behaviors that Mason picked up over time was to walk over and try to climb up on my right shoulder like Ember does. But Mason's twice as big as Ember and very several differences in kind of body shape. He's big and lean, but the body layout is different. Hard to describe. But for one, he doesn't really seem to understand the whole principle of what Ember does. Like, she'll get up there and she'll snuggle up and be held and be pet. Sammy is doing that right now. She's got my left arm and my right arm is petting her and cradling her. Second here. This guy's asking a question. So I'm typing. He was asking about the research station. I don't know her exact question. Hopefully we'll get a clarification. Yeah, I acknowledge that. every now and then my media player has trouble finding one of the files for some reason. Where's that go? 1 and 2. Okay. This feels like something's off kilter. Okay, it's technically is and isn't. It's because the layout of the base is different. Where these extra supports are is different than on the lower floor, so some of the alignment is a little different. Here, then see, these are going to be a combination of how I want them to look, because this one is off mark because I want it to face outward like this. Or I should say it's off pattern. This one, he should have these here for the looks. Nice. Now we start. Just a couple over here. Took me a moment to process that. Just gonna be a bunch of little fiddly ones around. Let's find those real quick. That one, and that one. Let's see, ran by them. Sky was noting that she had been manually feeding pals and hadn't built a feed bag yet. But it's not really a terrible thing, since like if you've got buffing food, then sometimes you don't want to use it until it's relevant to activate it. Sky once joked with me standing behind her in this game that VTubers don't read. And my comment was, she says in front of the VTuber that reads. Whoops. Dang it. Inconvenient. I mean, we're getting there. I feel pretty confident we're going to run out of polymer before we're done, but I feel like we're getting pretty far. Nope. This base is definitely not OSHA compliant. I've fallen down that same hole several times. Definitely full of workplace hazards. all of that off. These stairs. Nope. A stone pillar that we missed. Not perfect, but let's look. Missed a spot there. We'll get it eventually. Very nice. And I do intend to run these up really high. It's just a matter of figuring out exactly how I want to accomplish it. So again, another thing that you can do with those lights, especially with glass panels, is to run them up there and put the light on a glass panel that is next to the colored pillars. Because those, the color of those and the glow of the light will obscure the presence of the lamp a little bit. You know, it's still going to be apparent if you're looking for it, but it gives you the glow. Paint all of the pillars black so we can get another look. But first we'll go and see if we have enough polymer. Let me do something real quick here. Checking a thing. Somebody linked an image in the server Discord, but I don't know what it was that they were ultimately linking. It's so easy to do so much of the building. It comes down to, do you have the materials? Like, that's it. Here, and here, and here, and here. Pillars and stairways are black. Build, paint. And also switch to painting from the build status by cycling through with a different button. I do like the range that you can paint at. and the ease of doing so. Just click and drag on the thing. Paint something the wrong color, well, just, paint over it or remove the paint. Played a lot of games where the paint is a special item. Some games where once you paint it, you can't remove the paint and need to either destroy it and remake it. And in those games, that is often like taxed. There is a, deconstruction cost. Or even if it doesn't cost anything, there isn't a just reset to default option. So, it's tear it down to get the original or guess. To get these painted, we'll give it another look. Sorry if I get locked in. I mean, it's kind of a get kind of a trance thing going, They don't think, only do. Finally remember to press the right button. Right there, one button press, reset to default color. All right. Summon the burb. See, I think the little black accents do a lot for it. Even the ones that stick out right there add just a little bit of visual differentiation. Same with the flat surfaces. Little accents that you get. We'll definitely use some windows strategically to break up some of the front panels, because this is pretty uniform. Maybe some glass segments, that kind of thing. But yeah. All right, let's check the base and see if we can continue this on stream or not. If I have enough resources to make a another big pile of polymer, then we'll continue. crack, pop. I just love the little noise when he runs around. Doot, 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 doot. We lack the polymer for a full completion of it. We could get a little closer, but it wouldn't be done. So I think this is a good spot as any for us to wrap up today. It's good times, good times. Don't normally stream on Mondays, but wasn't making progress on some other fronts, so I decided that I should accomplish something, and doing something fun, making something fun on stream is at least sort of an accomplishment, is a kind of accomplishment. So there we go. I hope you had fun watching with us tonight, folks. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment. All of that stuff helps the channel grow. So I'd appreciate it if you press those buttons. But with all that said, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I'll see you next time.